that I don't have to do all that stream nonsense. Oops. Okay. So, continuing Ragnarok the house. We're going to see what happens. I don't know if I'm about to beat it. I actually don't know what's about to happen. So, here we go. Onward. Why am I here? Oh, because I went and talked to the bird. I think I will just go to Midgard and shoot. Try and see if we can beat this. Although, I'm not sure if I'm close to beating it. I think I am. I mean, I'm pretty sure the game gave me a, are you sure you want to finish? So.
Well, we're back. Ready
Shut
to
up.
call it a night? Our tents are waiting on the temple bridge.
You shut your mouth. I went to the wrong place. Oh, or did I? Oh, but I didn't do this. I kind of want to do that. Now that I'm looking at it. Whee!
Well, brother, are you ready
Let's go,
to
dogs.
get some rest?
No, I'm not. Shut your mouth. We're going here.
Your tent awaits.
Well, this is the first time they've talked about a 10, I think. I mean, yeah, we're going to go up there. We're going to do it. Like, don't get me wrong. We will absolutely do this, but we have a side quest. A far more important thing than the main quest. I think I
was
want to do
thinking.
this.
Why would Groa tell Odin that an army of giants would defeat him at Ragnarok? Because he believed that prophecy. He spent his life killing the giants.
Okay, yeah.
That can't be what Groa wanted.
It's complicated with giants, especially powerful seers like Groa. If she foresaw their deaths, she wouldn't have viewed them as preventable. Perhaps in supplying the justification, she honored their sacrifice and put it to use, enabling the true prophecy of their eventual survival.
I see.
What? Shut up. Let's just relax a little bit. Yo, let's see what this does. Freya's not here with us this time.
Gladly. It was said that Yari and Somar first shared a kiss in the fields of Jotunheim.
Wait, what? How did they get there?
Don't know. Point is, they went on countless expeditions, each location more beautiful than the last. But they found as they did, the destination became less important than simply traveling together.
What about the unnameable thing?
It was home. Yari and Somar had found it in each other.
Oh, that was it? Well, that wasn't really worth it. Oh, that was worth it. So did that just happen? Or do I have to, like, somehow eat it? I think that just happened. Okay, cool. I'm gonna assume that just worked and it did what it said. 5 plus 5 to all stats. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, it was worth it. I was gonna say, just for some XP and a story. And like a super corny one at that. That wasn't worth my effort. And then it became worth my effort quickly. Permanently upgrading everything. I don't remember how I got up here. Oh, okay. The game told me.
Okay. Ready when you are.
Yeah, let's do it.
All the armies are probably gathered in their home realms, waiting for when we blow Gallarhorn. Guess I was kind of hoping to see some of them here.
Gallarhorn.
When all the realm towers open at once, we'll see plenty, lad. Odin will believe
Gallarhorn.
what's coming for him.
No. Odin had lifetimes to prepare for this. Whatever Groa's deception, he heard the truth as Tyr. Do not underestimate him.
Rousing speech, brother. Very inspirational.
Why did Mimir feel so patronizing about that? Like, what? That felt very
Wow.
patronizing.
The Valkyries look different.
Welcome back. Hildisfini informed me of your success. We've been planning accordingly.
Well, what would Ragnarok be without Ragnarok?
Who else agreed to join us? I see the Valkyries.
Better than that, they are reborn. Corporeal and uncorrupted, thanks to no small amount of Vanir magic. They're
Nice.
shield maidens now.
Nice.
Oh,
And your brother.
He came through. The elves called a truce to unite against Asgard. That gives us an advantage by air. And with Hel's army for a vanguard,
What about Sindri? Will the dwarves fight?
we haven't heard from him. But there's time yet. And I think we have what we need to clear a path for the Ragnarok beast.
Well, when you say it like that, why worry at all?
I feel like this feels very
Seeker.
like. Oh,
It's good to see you so... alive.
Oh, yes. I wasn't myself when last we met. I'm glad you're safe. My queen, the Shield Maidens will be divided among the forces breaching from Alfheim, Helheim, and here in Midgard. We stand ready. Kratos, Atreus, Mimir, please excuse me.
Oh. Good night, then.
Freya, have you determined our path out of Asgard?
If the towers are the way in, we count on them being the way out.
And if they are not?
Then we all know what we signed up for. Our plan is only missing one thing. A leader.
That honor is yours. You have a righteous claim, and the respect of your troops. And you have faced this enemy before.
I held his invading army to a stalemate. This is our invasion, a siege on his terrain. I want our most experienced wartime general in the field. I don't care about the honors, I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya,
I know what I'm asking. Just... sleep on it?
this feels very like Mass Effect 3. Like you went around and got all these allies
Here
and
we
stuff.
are.
Although it doesn't
Kratos,
feel
your
like.
tent is to the right, and Atreus, yours is to the left.
Mine?
A young warrior needs his own space, don't you think?
I do. Wow. Thanks.
Sleep on what we spoke of. Let me know in the morning what you decide.
It doesn't feel like I, did a bunch of political maneuvering and fighting to earn people, but like,
Excuse me.
still feels a little Mass Effect-y.
May I have a moment with Mimir?
Just take
I
him.
don't know what tomorrow brings, but
Just take him.
if tonight is our last night, I'd like to spend it feeling something besides hate. Will you tell me one last silly story?
There's nothing I'd like more. Except perhaps a dance. Though I may have lost a step.
We need to get this man a body.
Due respect, love. I don't tell silly stories.
You only tell silly stories, Mimir.
I can never argue with you.
We need to get the man a body. Oh, look at this little tent peg can hold my my blades. I feel like we're gonna get pre-invaded. I just want to throw that out there. Oh, it can hold all of my weapons. I feel like Odin's gonna show up before tomorrow morning, like during the night, and or just get jumped in the night. We'll see, but that's my feeling. Something feels off.
Can I sleep here tonight?
How old are you? Oh, you're 14. Still, you're 14. They made you a tent and everything. You don't even have a pillow. Why didn't you bring your pillow? If you knew you were going to ask.
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
Then I will tell you a story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Of course. Now, close your eyes. There was an old man who chopped wood for his village.
Okay, I'm with it so far.
Every evening he bore the logs on his back and
Still with
delivered
it?
them to his people.
Okay.
But the logs were heavy, and he grew weaker as time went. And one day, he threw down the logs as he could no longer bear their weight. And he called for death to come to him. And when death arrived,
Atreus fell asleep quick. See what happens.
He's the
What was
only
that?
one who ever got my highbrow sense of humor. Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men, of course.
She was a special woman. She wanted to protect people.
She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it. Like she was always with us. Watching over us. Leading us home.
Does my request upset you? Death is a natural part of life, my love. I wish only to be prepared for when my time comes. We mortals must do such things. I am glad to have you prepare with me.
I look so silly.
You are quiet?
I have nothing to say.
Well, say something. I enjoy hearing your voice.
The funeral pyre. I would have chosen different.
Oh?
Don't touchpad me.
In my land, we entomb our loved ones.
You would have me trapped in the ground for eternity.
I would have you close to me.
How touching. My rotting corpse would bring you such comfort.
What if my touchpad didn't work? I guess that's what if any button didn't work. This was a silly
You once
question.
tried to take charge of your ending, did you know?
That was different.
Circumstance, yes. But not on purpose.
You hear that?
You prepare for a distant future. There is much time ahead of us.
I wish to better a future that will exist without me, whenever that day comes. For you, and for our son. We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. You feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it. When the pyre is spent, and you have gathered my ashes, spread them from the highest peak in all the realms. You will do this for me. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it.
Well, that was kind of weird. That was a little weird.
What's going on?
It is time.
I'll meet you outside, Father.
You think Kratos is a morning person? I feel like he is.
We'd hoped to fly into battle with you one more time, my queen.
Me too. But not as your queen. As sisters. Are you ready?
Yes. I will be your general.
It will be an honor to fight alongside you, General.
Aye, brother. I'll be right by your side. So, what are your orders?
To the temple.
Well, okay. Sindri?
Hey, General Kratos! I got something you're gonna want before you go to war!
Oh, wow. It seems useful.
I think I have an upgrade.
Hey there,
Besides
I,
whatever she wants to give me.
made some armor for storming Asgard and whatnot. I thought you could make use of it.
Indeed.
You made armor for storming Asgard, okay? I never found hardened remains anywhere. So that didn't happen. I need one more glowing ember. I think I could have gotten that from the trials. This is upgraded. Blazing, same thing. I think I would have got it from the trial. I think if I had done some trials, I would have gotten to 9. Or at least really close.
What's the tiny feller need?
What are you giving me? Oh. Eh. What, it's 0 though, yeah? It's just 0. I'm not gonna wear it.
Thank you, Lunda.
Ah, yeah, big softy. You can thank me after, if we all come through the other end of this.
I will.
Woohoo! Looking good!
I don't think I want this armor. I mean, the rage gain is nice. But I don't think I want it. My runic is pretty high, which is not what I was, like, shooting for, but that's cool.
Oh, hope he doesn't outgrow these.
I mean, I bet being level 8 will be fine.
Good luck out there, General. I believe in you.
Thanks, Lunda. I, like, barely knew you. I did one quest for you.
General.
Sir?
General?
General?
You just call me Kratos.
Sir.
Hey, bud. General.
This is just Kratos is fine. Really. Okay.
I came to these lands to escape my past.
Yet,
To
here we
start
are.
a new life. I can hide no longer. I do not want this war. We have suffered enough. Prophecy did not lead us here, nor will it win this battle. Wars are won by those that are willing to sacrifice everything. If that is the cost of vengeance, so be it.
Odin has taken so much from us already. The realms have suffered enough. No matter the cost. This ends today.
If going out in a blaze of glory means that Odin burns too, that's where I'll be. A big, fat smile on my face.
He's such a frat boy.
For Brock.
Oh, it disintegrated. It disintegrated, huh? Interesting.
Ready yourselves.
Oh. It's just happening. We're just here.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
The Muspelheim Tower has fallen.
And if Odin goes after Niflheim next,
They're trying to shut out Ragnarok.
we gotta stop those war machines.
Oh, we know who that is.
Not an ideal start.
I mean, it's a war, dude. It's gonna happen. Like, I hate to be that way, but
Ingvi, we don't have time.
I know. Just wait.
oh, Ingrid, huh?
Ingrid!
Well, we got work to do.
You three, follow. Atreus,
That helps.
Freya, with me. Watch our flanks. To the war machines.
This way!
Vigrider. Oh, you guys are
Careful, brother. You're
tough.
covered in Bifrost.
Move forward. Keep moving.
I didn't need that. Well,
Niflheim Tower's not looking so good.
dude, we are going as fast as we can, man.
Aggressive.
There's still time. We have to... No!
Angrboda! I knew you'd show up!
Whoa!
Incoming!
What's
What's our next plan, brother?
We have no other plan. Our focus remains on the war machines.
We should head for the flaw behind the Asgard Tower. Without Ragnarok, it's our only chance to break through the wall.
Research flaw! You said only Sutton knew how to use it.
Let's pray I was wrong.
Oh, I have Freya currently. Thought I had her trace.
Wyvern on the left!
Nice. Oh, that thing's almost dead already. Oh, well. That sucks. That thing was like almost dead.
Behind you! Look out!
The blades are better for like melee fighting. They're just quicker.
War machines.
They just hit more.
We use them to breach the flaw and strike the city with our allies.
Sounds desperate.
Good. Desperation is our advantage.
Would have preferred a
That's-
realm-destroying fire giant,
What?
but I suppose desperation is better than nothing.
Oh. Let's hold on there. Let's just hang on there. Oh, that was not an enemy.
Odin's new Valkyrie queen is Gná.
I would think so.
Then we must hurry.
Who is Na? Oh, these guys are buddies. I didn't know these guys were buddies. Oh, they were fighting.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
He's dead. Okay, okay. Kill ogres. Oh no. Oh wait, I need this. Yeah, this right here.
Up here.
I don't know how that worked, but I'll take it. I will take it.
Jormungandr!
A welcome sight. But he didn't
Oh,
follow us
nice.
from Midgard. Curious. He'll keep Thor busy at least.
Well, yeah, they're gonna fight, and then you know
They
he gets
sound
thrown back
eager.
in time again.
Good.
I love him. The Snake's the best character. I just throw that. The Snake is the best character in this game.
On your guard, Kratos!
Oh, you got bifrosted by Freya. That's cool. Get him, Snake!
No! Damn it!
Keep moving.
What happened?
At least that army is already dead.
We're getting nowhere!
Oh.
The Einherjar return to Valhalla as quickly as we kill them!
Well, I mean, we gotta do something. Nice.
There goes the Alpine reinforcements.
We are running out of armies.
Oh, hey guys.
Looks like the Giants made it after all.
The Snake looks different.
He is different. But when I was away, never mind, later.
The Einherjar's link to Valhalla. My sisters and I must sever it.
Go.
Still no sign of the dwarves.
Sindri won't let us down. We have to trust him.
Rally all you can. We will make for this funnel hunt tower.
So what's the plan?
I mean, I'm
How
just
are we gonna
doing it.
breach the wall without Ragnarok?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, so we're pretty desperate, huh?
How would you understand?
Got some Bifrost on you. Be careful.
Oh, hey, bud. I mean, I'm open to just doing this.
Ready that shield!
Dragon, incoming!
No more rider for you.
Damn it! Ragnarok is supposed to be here. Why isn't he here?
Hey, man, thanks for waiting.
There! That pillar is standing on the fleet.
I can't move, okay? I can't move. Oh, hey, what's up? Stop it. Oh, nice. Very cool.
Agrabah! No! That Valkyrie follows them through the realm tear.
Well,
Your friend.
She'll be fine. We got more important things to worry about. Even if we can't
We do.
reach the wall.
Perhaps it is better this way.
Better for who?
don't need that. Oh, that was weird. That was very weird. Like the health bar stayed, but
The dwarves are here. Way to go, Sindri. It's just Sindri.
I know, I'm late.
Where is your army?
No more dwarves are dying for this.
Sin,
Save it! Odin forced them to build those war machines. And I'm here to tear them down.
Before you break them, we must turn them on the floor.
Fine. Leave it to the dwarves to clean up after the giants.
do the dwarves have problems with giants? Is that a thing? Or is he just saying the dichotomy? I'm surprised what's-his-face didn't come. I brought his hammer. I gave, what's his name? Oh, there he is.
About bloody time he showed up.
Now what?
I'm interested.
You don't get to use us anymore.
I don't know how that worked, but okay.
More or less what you wanted.
I didn't want this. No. Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything. What are you doing?
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain. must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus.
We're just gonna undo everything.
I was wrong.
Undo everything.
Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish.
Also, we don't have time for this. I'm sorry. I know this is like a cinematic moment, but
Today's.
We do not have time for this.
Today, we will be better.
But what can we do?
See the size of that thing? I think we're gonna win. I mean, if they don't kill us first.
Why have you stopped? Ragnarok is here. We finally have Odin right where we...
We will stop Odin. But we did not come to sacrifice the innocent. We will breach the wall at Hrimthor's Flaw.
With what army?
Where's Sindri
Atreus
at?
and I will be enough.
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Can that weapon break open the flaw?
Only one way to find out.
You three. Get those people to safety wherever you can find it.
We will see it done.
Freya and I will do what we can to slow Ragnarok.
He was not mindless before. See if he will listen to reason. Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Valky!
No! No! Protect him! I will help those that are trapped. And meet you at the flaw. Go! Go, Atreus!
Oh, I don't want to play. Okay.
Sentry, be careful and stay behind me.
You be careful. I'm here to fight.
Infantry!
Darn it, I really thought I was done playing Atreus. That's a cool weapon. What's up, Tommy? How you doing it, Tommy?
Look, can I just say?
No, you can't. Shut up and fight.
Jump up!
Yo, Tommy. Tommy, thank you for 71 months of support that says boom. Tommy, thank you for 71 months. I'm really going to need a new alert here soon. Ow, he hit me with Bifrost anyway. Gosh, it is so much different playing with him than Kratos. Sindri, are you gonna do something? Just dropped in to say hi, back to bed. Yo, Tommy, you sleep well, man. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Sleep well, dude.
Perfect.
Now are we gonna? Okay.
Sentry! Can't let it control me.
I'm a bear. Bear.
I never found, well, I don't know yet. I was gonna say, I never found Loki's third child. We got Fenrir, we got Jormungandr, and we never found Hel.
What? You want to thank you?
No, I just want...
I don't care what you want. This changes nothing.
I don't understand, like, I get Sindri's upset. I totally understand that. I got no issue with Sindri being upset. I just don't understand why he's so angry at Atreus.
You really had me believing you that we didn't have to be enemies.
Dude, you're okay.
My mom was right about you all along. You're a killer just like your father, and you're here to kill us all.
No, just Odin. Sindri, don't! She's a friend.
Friends don't bring the end of the world to each other's doorstep, Loki!
You're right. You're right. I made some bad decisions.
You do that a lot. I'm not sure that's a defense.
It's not a defense. I just want to make it right. Is Skilder okay? Have you seen him?
Why wouldn't he be? What are you talking about?
Odin is willing to sacrifice the Midgardians. He put them along the wall to try and deter us, knowing they can't fight. Their deaths are just meant to slow us down.
Why would he do that? And how am I supposed to believe you?
Because he's right. It's who Odin is. It's who he's always been.
Mom, why are you here? What?
He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem in front of him. The Midgardians. Your friend. Our family, any of us.
What's up, Zach?
I'd hoped that your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Mom, what are you saying?
I never doubted that you would make the finest Valkyrie these realms have ever seen. But not for him. Do you understand?
We are doing it, Mr. Krabs.
But our family.
Without Odin, we can be one again. A real one. What he's doing is wrong.
She flipped on a dime. She hated me.
He said if we held our ground, we'd be safe. He said we owed him.
You don't owe him your death.
No shit.
Dad will never let them get their grandfather.
Then go with him. He'll listen to you. Are you ready to go find the rest of your people?
Yeah.
I love you, Mom.
This is a weird scene. Happy Memorial Day? That doesn't seem right. No, Madison left. She had to go to a graduation party. Memorial Day is when I don't know how to greet people. That's fair. That was my reaction. It was a very weird scene.
Shoot it.
Oh, Masher. Do you have any plans later? I'm not sure. My sister and the nephews. I keep saying that. The nephews are here.
Hold on.
We'll see what happens. What do I think of Metal Gear Sindri? I don't understand Sindri right this second. Like, I get that he's mad. I said this actually before you got in here. I understand that he's mad, and I get it, and I'm like that's not even weird to me, but he's so mad at Atreus specifically, which makes no sense to me.
Who is the girl?
We
There's
all
Thor's
got
Thor's daughter.
tricked.
She's my friend.
Look out!
Oh, this isn't what I wanted.
You fight well.
My dad taught me.
That much is clear.
Yeah, well, thanks. Sorry, he's not.
I know.
I do like her little lightning powers.
Got the Bifrost on you. Be careful. What's going on? I thought Ragnarok was supposed to help us.
The creature is not whole. What remains is incomplete. It cannot fulfill its purpose.
Wait, what happened to my rage?
Wait, where'd Sentry go?
He has done his part. The rest is on us.
Oh, it's the dragon. Hey, now.
From above, Bifrost! Nasty hit. You all right, brother?
I kind of get it, but we can talk about the specifics after. Like, I just don't think Sindri's... I don't think Sindri is having a very, fair not judgment, but like reaction, considering Atreus saved his life multiple times and was the reason him and his brother got back together, and Sindri knew the risks of what we were doing. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, that sucks a lot. But, you know. What do I think about the beginning of the section? It was weird. This whole section's been kind of weird. And I'm not talking about like the difficulty of doing like a major battle on a small scale. Like, I understand that that is hard, and I went into this knowing that that was going to be how it is, and I've got no problem with it. It's just the story beats have been very weird. Yeah, what's up, Dylan? I wanted to entertain me. I wanted something wittier, but I'm done. What's going on, Dylan? How's your Memorial Day going? You enjoying the rest? He's got some food with a good friend. That's pretty cool. Are you guys waiting for me to do a thing? Oh.
The Great Lodge.
You're gonna play Go to Tsushima in the back. Gotcha. Now I get kitty cuddles. Nice.
Yeah.
Up, frat boy. He's back.
That may not be our biggest problem right now.
Roman Gander!
Get back to your sister. You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I trust you.
You're not gonna let her. You're not gonna let her try and talk to him.
I am done with you and your son.
You're really not gonna let her try and talk to him? It's just too old.
No more
men.
fucking games. And this time, I'm allowed to kill you. We do not need to do this. We do. It's what we are. I can take it. Can you? Won't be enough. Is that it?
Thor, the lad seems to think you've changed. Move it and stop it.
Talking's over. Poison time.
Woo! Hit me, I'm a frat boy. Thor, I got bad news for you. You haven't done much to me, I'll be honest.
You can choose
Thor, I've got some bad news for you, dude. You haven't hurt me, like, at all.
Don't act like you know. You attack my daughter! No! I did not! You bring this to my home!
Oh, well, that's
my
not...
family!
Kill him good! Working on it. That hurt. That one hurt. I'll give him that one. Oh, I tried to hit it.
If this is the end, you'll die first! Then you're king!
Oh, shoot. Okay, cool. I knocked him out of it anyway.
Stay in control of it, brother.
I know. Come on. Come on.
Woo. Oh, nice suplex. That was a cool suplex.
One of us dies today.
I'm just destroying his stomach.
Still won't be me.
Thor! This isn't what through.
Keep her name out of your damn mouth. Fight me. Everything was fine before Loki showed up. He almost convinced me.
Oh, I got him with it. It hit him.
Believing things could change.
Great to tell you this, but Luke got all the good stuff. So that wasn't a suplex. Technically, it was a slam. Okay. Not even close to a suplex. Alright. It was a duplex.
Come on!
Oh, this is kind of dumb. For a suplex, are you referring to the chicken noodle variety?
What are you waiting for? Your daughter. My son calls her friend. If you try to hurt her... I would not. Don't you know what I've done? Yes! But what will you do now? We don't change. We are destroyers. No more. No more. For the sake of our children, we must be better.
I'll be honest, I didn't expect Kratos and Thor to hammer out their problems by bonding over being dads. That wasn't on my radar when I started this.
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk. You don't think. I think. You kill. It's a simple fucking concept.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
No.
I didn't want this. I did not want this.
Kratos is just standing there.
Dude, this was all their fault. They've done this to us, to our family.
Kratos just stood there.
Dude! Looks like I gotta do everything around here.
I refer to all suplex. I'm Darmeros, the king. Oh gosh, the king of soup, the soup god, the band of soup, Superman. Shall I go on? I have a D&D character obsessed with soup. You said hammer. Ah, the shifster. He's such a good actor.
Your own son? You planned on it. Why? Rue's gonna be fine. I saved her. And Thor. That one's on you. You turned him against me. You turned them all against me.
Whoa, hey bud. I got one too. I got a pointy stick too. Oh, thanks for walking right into that, you idiot. You literally haven't touched me once.
Come to my land. Turn my family against me.
Oh, now you touched me.
You started this fight.
No. This all started long before you showed up. You are a nobody.
Oh, I thought I was out of it.
God killer. This is what you want, right?
That wasn't my best effort, that one. Dude, I got range. I'm really not all that worried about you being over there. Oh, shoot. Am I supposed to L1 that? Oh, I got hit by that. Oops. Squirrel.
You even heard of self-reliance. No.
Oh, okay. I see. I mean, I dodged it that time by accident. I like his little injury noises.
I don't believe this.
Oh, that was a waste. Hold up.
So, was this everything you hoped for? Was your plan really all that much better than mine?
I got it.
I hope you got exactly what you want.
Not quite yet. Think you're the only one who can craft a binding spell? I spent many long winters thinking about what I would say to you as I watched you take your last breath. But now, I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore.
That's my frig. I forgot how good you look with wings.
Oh, husband. You always sought knowledge well. Now, I'm going to teach you what it's like to lose everything. Bow to your queen!
I always loved you, you know?
You've never loved anyone!
Real time!
This is big, your hubris vibes. Freya, you're monologuing. Yeah, I thought about that. She's talking a lot.
Father?
Oh, don't make me play Artreus.
Freya?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make me play this.
You did it, Loki. No. No more fighting. No. None of that matters now. This is your moment, Loki. Groa tried to hide you from me, but this is your destiny. Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation. Unfold the secrets of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion. You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki. Ask it the question.
This is your choice, son.
What? Kill him.
I trust you.
This whole sequence is so bizarre.
No! 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 Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing!
So be it.
Attack!
You've
Oh, good.
waited
I'm
a
not
long
low.
time
I'm not.
for this, haven't you, Friend? So have I.
Too late for that!
Bink.
Fly!
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I'm really not that impressed.
Use your arrow.
Got it!
On your left! 3 against 1. And don't forget me, old fucker! What did you call me? That one's for Brock!
Ah. Yeah. This also has "You Were the Chosen One" vibes. Woo. Ah, darn it! I thought I'd get mine off first.
I got it!
Bing, 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 bing. Bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing. Ow. Oh, bink. Bink. Yo, nice suplex. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. Fire, I've got the axe.
You've ruined everything! Everything I worked for! Everything I killed for! I just wanted answers!
Oh no, your fire's gone. That's crazy. Whoops.
If you just played your part, none of this would have happened. What was it all for? Answer me, Loki! What's it all for?
Oh no! Bro, you missed. I was literally standing still and you missed. That wasn't my best effort. Bink, bink, bink. I wasn't ready for QuickTime event.
This was our chance, Loki. I could have had my answers. I could have learned the truth. You took that away from me. I could have made things better. We could have made the 9 realms better.
This was never about the realms, or me. It was about you.
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom.
You did those things. Your choices. You killed your own son.
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice.
What are we talking to him for?
You have to stop. You can choose to be better.
No, I can't. I have to know what happens next. I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that? Sofna. Apfra. Desu. Sofna. Hethan. Sofna. Sofna. Sofna.
It's taking its sweet time getting into that marble.
What do we do with him?
I swore I would never rob from you the choice between life and death.
This game is starting to make me groan with its dialogue.
I have waited so long for this moment. And now that I'm here,
Can we have an original thought at some point?
I don't need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
There you go. Good job, Sindri.
That's what comes next.
Good job, Sindri.
It's Ragnarok. He's here. Time to go. Go where exactly?
You didn't exit?
How?
It's giant stuff. Okay, follow me, quickly.
Shut up.
Angry.
What? You have to go.
I'll be honest, I feel nothing. If he dies, I feel nothing about this. Okay, bye-bye. See ya. I know I'm behind, but I'm trying to let the moment
No matter what happens,
kind of
I'm with
live.
you. But your path is your own. Follow it, and you'll end up right where you're supposed to be.
Dylan, I think our theory would have been a much better story.
There he is. Wake up, Atreus. Wake up.
It could have also just been a stupid idea, but this was also a
Glad
stupid
you've come
idea.
back to us.
Hi. Where's my father?
Somewhere here in the Holt. He'll be glad to see you.
Fun fact, Adam Schiff, the Shifter, the majority of his roles he plays a character who's obsessive and very good at manipulating others, and he's phenomenal. I think the Clucker made me chuckle a little bit too much when I did this. Plot twist: Mimir kills Odin. I would have actually loved that. Plot twist: Mimir's body's been walking around this entire time, wakes up with a stick in his head, and he's the BBEG. Mimir's the master manipulator. Ragnarok. Also the master baiter. This fight was really disappointing because they didn't scale the final boss, so I was just too huge, and I felt they were too easy. I'm level 8. I didn't make it to 9, but I also felt like that was really easy. But I also understood that I was over-leveled for it, so I'm not blaming the game for that at all. It evokes emotion. Primarily negative ones, but still. Why not just kill him? I know. Thank you, the only logical character, yeah. But it's got to be funny. Because it means it's a good story. Then you'll feel nothing. Yeah, I feel nothing about that. What was your theory? That Faye wasn't actually the one who did all the markings in the first game. That it was actually Loki from the future trying to come back in time to save Kratos from the prophecy death.
How did we all get here?
With the towers, your friend.
Sorry. I should really find my father.
She's still out there, you know. Freya spoke about it earlier. You know,
I should find my father.
I'd kill to see that fight.
So here's a real question I have. Here's a real question I have. This is, if anybody knows this answer, I'm actually interested. And I don't know if either of you will remember this. In the first game, there was a point where I was taking Atreus to Freya because he was sick, and somebody else blew the horn to call the snake, and then I don't think we ever found out who that was. Do we know who that was? Do we ever know who that is? Did the game ever tell me and I missed it? That would have been interesting, but screw time travel. Then somebody blows the horn and we never will. That was supposed to have been the brothers. What brothers? Like Magni and Modi? Ah. That's lame. I think they were dead. I think he's right. Wait. No. I think Zach is right, Dylan, because hold on. Let's think this through a little bit. Because Atreus gets sick, right? And then afterward, he gets sick after the Magni and Modi fight. Which, at that point, you are correct. Magni's dead, but Modi's not dead. No, because he gets arrogant after that. Remember, he wakes up, finds he's a god. Like, he's sick, he wakes up, he's like, oh, I'm a god. And then he gets really arrogant, and then he kills Modi. But then that happens after the first fight. So one of them was dead already. Yeah. But so anyway, point being, I guess it doesn't matter who blew. We're off track, but I guess it doesn't matter who blew the horn. Then, if it literally was supposed to be Magni or Modi or Odin, that's stupid. But like, think about it. And I know, Zach, I know you hate time travel, but think about it. Faye, like, Atreus goes through the whole story with Kratos. Kratos dies, and in the future, after Ragnarok, Loki's like, this can't happen. I have to go back. So he goes back. He makes all the markings. He kills his own mom to begin the quest. They go off on a quest they think Faye gave them. It's actually Loki, and the person who blew the horn is actually Loki from the future, making sure everything is in play. And personally, honestly, I know how they did it in this game. I know how they got around it, and they did it in this game. But that would have made the fact that Fenrir and Jormungandr are Loki's kids possible. Like, actually his kids possible. Not just like he put souls in a snake and put souls in a wolf. You know what I mean? Like, they would have actually been his kids because he's from the future and they could have been born. And then it's just Loki manipulating, masterminding from the future, trying to get Kratos to live through Ragnarok. But obviously he's like weird and evil and twisted and
I won't have rot set into this.
Loki!
I'm so glad you're both alive. You have no idea, and I'm sorry. Thor. He tried, you know?
You're a terrible, terrible, terrible speaker. Stop talking.
Nothing will fix what you're feeling.
Your dad died. I mean, he tried though.
I hope there's some comfort in knowing Odin's gone.
There absolutely is.
Loki, it was an honor to fight alongside a giant. Know that.
Will you stay here in Midgard?
For a bit? Then I've got something I need to find.
I'm working with Hildisvini to get the rest of the Asgardians to Vanaheim. To help rebuild.
Then I hope it can be a fresh start for them. And you. Oh.
I just destroyed your home, but we good, right?
I hope you find what you're looking for. Good luck.
See ya, Loki.
Take care.
There's a theory that it's Angrboda, and since she spoke that dialect of giant, and that she was Mama Snake, and that Loki is Papa Snake. See, that would all work more. I hear that. That would work more, I feel like, if it was the Loki from the future thing.
Maybe a couple nicks here and there.
Well, we can have them looked at later.
Obviously, that is not what happened. Like, they've clearly, that is not the story, but.
Huh.
Yeah.
Hugin made it out. Good for him.
Wait, Hugin made it out? I shot one of the crows and the other, or ravens, and the other one got its neck snapped.
Oh, and if you could get this wood over to Brana's tent,
Skilder?
Loki! Hey! Glad to see the head injury didn't make you forget me. Did you have a head injury?
I'm leaving.
Sorry, I'm glad you're okay. I just gotta make sure my dad is too.
Yeah. Go find him.
Oh, there he is. And one for the kid, too. Skull!
Here, here. Skull. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. And Freyr's sacrifice.
It's true.
Well, we were just swapping our own Freyr fables.
Oh, he's a boar again, huh?
Right. So where was I?
Or is that not him?
Oh. When we met, I was expecting this warrior, this master planner, a born leader. The legend came before the man. But the man himself was very different. He won me over, though. He was just so damn kind.
I think it helped that he was handsome.
This is true. And incredibly charming.
All right, stop. Y'all are gonna make me start crying all over again.
Sorry.
We're still talking.
Gotta go find my father.
Be safe, you.
Actually, I killed 48 ravens. That was the dog. couldn't care about that stuff. Yeah, I just...
I'm pleased to see you.
This I care about.
Freya.
This I'll hear.
It was his choice. I couldn't take that from him.
He saved us all. I'll never forget that.
The family I thought I had was taken from me piece by piece. But there's comfort in the family I've chosen. Your mother was right, you know. You grew into that bow after all.
Oh my God.
You are a formidable warrior, but even more than that, you have a good heart.
The dialogue.
Nothing you've endured has changed that. I'm so proud of the man you've become, Atreus.
Thank you.
Everything's like a
For
one-liner.
everything. I should find my father.
You should.
Everything's like a really bad one-liner. In my opinion, this game could have been longer and actually developed the characters. You know, I agree, I think. Dylan, I think here's what I actually think. And we'll get into the whole opinions and stuff. But I think this game could have been longer. I wasn't thinking that, but you're right. It could have been longer. I also think it could have done with less side characters. Like, I understand the need. Actually, I don't. But I understand the thought of making all these characters that are like coming to Ragnarok with you, and they're interesting, and they're like what they're not, but like, you know what I mean. Characters that you can sort of like interact and know, but there's so many of these like side B characters. I don't know any of them other than like that guy was the boar. Those two are weird. Those two are not weird, but those two are just light and dark elves that love each other. There's the female dwarf. Like, I don't actually know who any of these people are. They're just caricatures that I didn't really need to know about. This whole game probably could have been stronger if it was just us dealing with Freya. Like, trying to get Freya, right, on our side. That's important. And then you can introduce Freyr. You can still even introduce Freyr and bring Vanaheim into it that way. But then it probably should have been more about finding Suitor and creating Ragnarok, right? Then there would have been a lot more weight to Freya's change of heart, because the game would have been more focused on that from the outset. And then we would have learned a little bit more about Suitor and why he feels the way. Suitor was a cool character. He's just like, they fit so much of him in 5 minutes that it was like, I just don't care now. So you could have had us looking for both giants, who's the other one, I can't remember her name, Suitor and the other one, right? Looking for both the giants, make that part of the game. And you could even still sprinkle in the Sinmara. Yeah. You could even still sprinkle in Odin, like the Asgard stuff with Heimdall and Thor and all this stuff. You still could have done that. And I think if you had put the game in 3 distinct chapters like that, it wouldn't have felt so fragmented and disconnected from itself at times. But again, I'll talk about this more.
Atreus!
At the end.
You gave us quite a scare there.
Glad to see you too.
It's still
Mimir.
good. I just want to be.
Listen,
we're talking a lot of crap about it, but
I want to thank you.
Oh,
still a fine
what else
game.
did you expect from the smartest man alive?
It's not just because you're smart. You listened to me, mentored me, and, well, you're basically another dad to me.
Lad.
No, I need you to hear it. I appreciate you so much.
Huh. I love you too, little brother.
See you, Mimir.
It's good to see you about, Atreus.
You too, Hildisvini.
Give Mimir a new body. Dude, that also, I think, would have been a really cool side quest. Make Mimir the BBEG. Imagine forging Mimir a new body to fight Odin. I actually really thought we were going to do that. I said that a couple of times during the game. I was like, so we're going to get Mimir a body at some point, right? I think that would have been really rewarding.
No loud noises. We're okay. You did so good today, boy. I'm so proud.
I also Yeah. I also don't... I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Angrboda. I don't think she's a bad character. I actually think Angrboda is one of the better characters in this game. Like, she is way more fleshed out and less annoying than a lot of the other characters. I also just don't understand her purpose.
Maybe later we can find some treats.
Like, if you took her out of the game would be no different.
Who's that, huh? Yeah, we know him.
Maybe one of these days I'll surprise you.
Oh? You already have.
I love this. I'm a big fan of Giant Doggo. Big fan of this. This was actually something they slow played from the beginning, and it actually... I think this was pretty good.
Thank you for saving us.
I decided it would be better if I wrote the ending myself.
It's always a one-liner. It's gotta be a one-liner.
Have you?
Told him about what?
Come on. Giant visions? I already saw it. I get it.
Every part of me is telling me this is what I have to do. I just don't know how to say it.
Come with me. I've got something I want to show you. Both of you.
I do not wish to intrude.
They're 14. Relax.
This is for you too.
Here's my biggest complaint. They sew so much into the game without giving it time to breathe. Also, let Atreus ride the wolf into battle. That would have been cool.
I'm glad you are well.
I'm glad you are too.
Her purpose... So, I did read this, but let me read it out loud. Her purpose is she's imperative to Jormungandr's lore in Norse mythology. From my understanding, Jormungandr is the son of Loki and Angrboda, and she's also, I think, meant to be the catalyst for Loki to embrace his giantness and destiny and whatnot. I hear that, and I see that, and I read it, I see that, and I don't even disagree with you, but also, this was my point. The way the game is structured, the way that everything is written, this is my point. Loki could have found Ironwood alone. She could have not been there. And he still could have been convicted to embrace his gianthood by finding the giant souls. And he still could have released the giant soul into a snake. Her being there was not imperative to how the story played out. She's just not that important. You could have written the same thing without her in the game. She's not narratively all that important. Is she one of the better characters in the game? 100%. She's got way more depth to her than Frat Boy had the whole game.
So, what was the end of the story?
What?
Before Ragnarok. You promised to finish it if I fell asleep.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, he asked that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
There's a lot of smoke out there.
seems when Asgard fell, pieces of it landed all over the realms. There might still be some Einherjar near them, but that's not what I brought you here to see.
My friend and I discussed this. Instead of trying to find Tyr, Loki tries to find out what happened to the giants. That would have been better. I have a lot of... Tyr's really all that unimportant. Without that twist, Tyr was totally useless. Like, the whole point he existed was to be a twist. He literally didn't add anything.
Mother?
I also want to find the real Tyr at some point. Unless he's actually dead, but... Don't tell me that. But we'll see. I have thoughts.
My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you. It don't all open. I'm sorry.
Father, I need to talk to you about something. There are other giants out there. And I've got to find them. I think I know where to look, but they're my responsibility. I need to do this alone. I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
That's stupid. That's dumb logic.
You taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust. Who to call friend.
But you're afraid to stick your hand in fire as well. But you should do it because you're afraid of it. By that logic.
You are ready.
Remember our promise.
Loki will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
God, that was awful. That was a painful line. Can we take... I would have really liked to have taken this game out of the Hallmark movie directory.
Take care of everyone.
I'm disappointed because this game has so much potential to be incredible. Like, I really wanted to love this game. I wanted this to be, like, one of my favorite games. So, with a critical eye, and this is what I do with most games I play, with a critical eye, this game is really frustrating. And not even a critical eye, you can just play this game and see problems with it. Why is he Captain Morgan? No, like, this isn't an actual criticism, but I am curious. Why is he doing that? Oh, okay, there's a path over there. That makes sense. I don't know how I feel about this part. I wish Barlog stayed on the writing directing team because he really made the fourth game solid. That makes sense to me. What just happened, honestly. Dude's a giant. There are more giants out there. If he's really leaning into being a giant, sure, he wants to go find more of them. And at some point, you can't live under your dad forever. You're your own god. You gotta go make your own path at some point. Oh, there's a back. Y'all's perception is 0. Did they all have backs? Could you imagine? Every single shrine actually has a backside. That's sort of what is implied.
What did you see in there, brother? Path. One I had never imagined.
And what now?
There is much to do. Much to rebuild. Would you join me?
Aye.
We'll see to it. Together.
I know I can move. I understand Loki stuff. Grease! This part is interesting. I did love this part, yeah. You get why that's his reaction? Yeah, this is awesome. This was Chef's Kiss. The music here is cool. I know I can move. You are the god now. Yeah, there's a future. Yeah, I know I can move. I got that I could move. Cool. I think if I'm going to boil it down and do one of those things where I give it a number, I can give it a 6. I'm happy I played it. I'm happy I played it. I don't know if I will ever play this again. I'm not sure this is something I would ever come back to.
Freya, we should probably talk about Gná.
We don't need to talk about her. We just need to find her.
But Odin chose her as his new Valkyrie queen. A Vanir goddess. Your friend.
Gná pledged loyalty to Asgard long ago, and our friendship ended soon after.
What happened?
I made a choice. One she couldn't accept. Kratos. She hates me. She will be a problem for us. Better we
Cool.
find her than she finds us.
Creative director means what exactly? It depends, but a lot of times creative director just makes sure everything is like as intended. How do I want to explain that?
And another one for the big boy himself.
Like, where is everything going as far as story and quests, and people don't get way off track. Basically, like, I want to do this. Yeah, but like that's so far off what we were gonna do. Like, you can sort of do that, but like bring it down a little bit. Although it depends. It really just depends on the development of the game. They have different levels of power. That's not always uniformly the same.
We can hold a few dozen per camp. Families will stay together, obviously.
Take care, Kratos.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll bring all the supplies we can, although it won't be much.
Don't worry.
I'm Pine Kong. I saw that
Anyone
name.
who's able can head out for extra supplies. Aesir and Vanir.
Together.
Creative director means well. I'm Doug Woolsey. Pick your name. Never mind. I'm Jet Shroof. Spyro Alexander. Gilberto de Arhua. That's what Corey was. He had no real power. Just made sure check marks were checked. Dakota Callahan. I do wonder. Well, so I wonder how much he did actually control.
General, Lady Freya, Mimir.
My lady.
He clearly wasn't the leading voice on this game, but he had some sort of opinion. I'm sure some of this content is what he wanted to have happen. Also, he wasn't the only person who made the first game. Ragnarok's over, but much remains for Kratos, Freya, and Mimir. Explore the surviving realms to discover the remnants of Asgard. That's what I was missing. I spoiled that for myself. Test your mettle in the Crucible, seek out fearsome berserker souls, complete favors for your friends and allies. Adventures, challenges, and mysteries await. Ragnarok, or Ratatoskr, awaits with new Yggdrasil seeds. Yeah, that would be great.
Where to first?
We could take care of any lingering business in the realms.
Or investigate those pieces of Asgard.
Either way, we're with you, brother.
Dakota Callahan. You aren't going to let Mimir spit his game? No?
Lunda also mentioned there's going to be a get-together to honor Brock's memory at Rab's Tavern in Svartalfheim. I'd like to go.
No, I am not going to let him spit his game. Okay. I missed a lot of stuff here. Oh. Oh. That's crazy. The cooldown is insane. 325 seconds. That's 5 minutes. That's not worth it at all. I can do that other thing 3 times before I get that back. That's not even close to worth it. Okay, so what we're going to do is... go here. If you need help, I have a list of all this stuff. We'll see. I think I can figure out a lot of it for now. I will say my biggest issue with the storytelling for me is I missed the relationship between Atreus and Kratos because I did a lot of free roaming with Freya, which was not fun.
Something is on your mind.
I did a lot of my free roaming with Freya too.
Freyr's sword. I'm glad he got it back.
Odin stole it.
Not quite. It couldn't be stolen. It had to be given freely. Freyr had it forged in his younger days, imbued with its own motives and passion. For centuries, he swore he would only ever set it down in death or upon meeting the love of his life. Both he and the sword were romantics, you see.
I'm gonna go back to Samurai Lurk. Gotcha.
What is wrong?
No, nothing. It's just, don't know if you've heard, but we're gonna say goodbye to Brock in Svartalfheim.
A funeral.
Yeah. We're meeting at Rab's Tavern in Nidavellir.
We will be there.
Okay, so let's talk through some of this. We know how we feel about some of this stuff, so I don't need to super overhash this stuff again. But the dialogue was average at best. Let's just call it average. The story was a little. It felt. This is how I feel the story was played out. Somebody had a bunch of plot points that they wanted to include and that needed to be in the story. And they got moved and put around together without connecting and making perfect sense. And some of them were not needed. You could have... Like, Tyr was a waste of time. It was a total waste of time. It was a waste of time. You could have done without that whole thing. All of that whole section in Svartalfheim was a waste. Like, it was cool to do the rigs and see some of the dwarven stuff, but other than that, as far as a story beat is concerned, that was a waste of time. We could have wrapped... Again, I think you could have wrapped the whole first part of the game into Freya and had it be Freya's... Kratos and Atreus trying to get Freya back. I know this wasn't like bad, but I could have done without Atreus and Kratos's like angsty headbutting. It just didn't really add anything for me. It was just annoying. It was just sort of an annoying excuse to get Atreus to do stupid decisions. You could have then tied the whole second part of the game into Ragnarok and finding Suter and finding the other one. Senmara, I think is what her name was. And learning a lot more about giant culture and what this is and prophecies. And you would have had the same effect but better. Because the game really drove home Atreus's... not super drove home, but like pushed Atreus's giant origins and giant stuff, and then it really tried to hammer in on fate and fate and fate and fate and fate and fate and fate, and having Atreus and Kratos and Freya search for Suter and Senmara and giant stuff would have done the same exact thing, and it would have probably made the whole journey feel a lot more rewarding when you got to Suter and got him to be Ragnarok. Yeah. And then you guys may not feel this way, and you don't have to feel this way. This is just how I view it, and this is how I feel about it. The game was really trying to drive home fate a lot. And like, do we have a choice? And do we not have a choice? And do we do this? And it sort of took a middle ground that didn't mean anything. Like, yeah, prophecy is fulfilled, but it's like shrug fulfilled. It's like sort of kind of weird fulfilled. Suitor and Sinmara didn't come together. It was just Suitor. And Kratos didn't actually die in that final thing that we got at the end of 18, when it was like Kratos' death. That ended up being Odin dying, which that's a 1 out of 10 for me. That's a total 1 out of 10 for me. That there's a whole bunch of reasons that I think that was a total fumble on their part. And there was literally a prophecy where Tyr led the armies of the armies into Ragnarok. We didn't have Tyr, and Tyr didn't do that. It's like they forgot that they had wrote that in as a prophecy. Tyr didn't lead anything. He wasn't even there. Not even like Odin Tyr led armies into Ragnarok. It's like they forgot that they wrote that. And yeah, and then the whole thing, like Ragnarok, like, was a background character. The game is called Ragnarok. And he like showed up. I think he had maybe 2 minutes of screen time. And he was really unimportant in what we were doing. He actually ended up being totally useless. Like, Ragnarok showed up, but we went through the wall anyway. We killed Odin anyway. And Ragnarok could have not been there, and it would have been fine. I mean, he ended up driving his sword into, like, Asgard and destroying it and yada, 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 but he, like, did nothing. For the story, he didn't do anything. I don't know, man. I feel like we talked about the side characters were it's an oversaturation of side characters. And I talked about this before, where this game had a real issue with giving you a problem and then solving it 15 seconds later. Oh, we freed Garm. Oh no, the realms are going to be destroyed. Well, don't worry, the next mission you do, you fix it. So don't worry, it's actually not that big a deal. And just over and over and over and over and over again, it gave an issue that it solved immediately, which... And I said this a few minutes ago. The Fenrir thing, where he put his soul into his knife and then put him into Garm, that was actually one of the few things they started at the beginning of the game, and it paid off later. I think the thing you're forgetting is that the Norn said prophecy is fake. Ragnarok in the lore is both a character and an event, which it is here. So, you know. But I'm looking at the character. Also, the Norns didn't say prophecy was, like, fake. They just said it's not real. It's just your choices. Like, you are you, and then you do what you do. The crater was my favorite part still of the game. I really didn't like playing Artreus. That's not like a criticism of how Artreus... That's not like an actual criticism. That's just me. As a personal preference, I just didn't like playing as Artreus. I didn't feel like he was very, I didn't feel like playing as Atreus was all that fun, and I didn't feel like his sections were all that interesting. They were very linear, and, like, a lot about making friendships and relationships that I just didn't care about. Could have used more Snake. That's not a criticism. That's just me. Could have used more Snake. Didn't super care about Thor's family issue. Don't really think that needed to be in the game. He died anyway. Thrud, who cares? Atreus is gone, so there's no payoff with that, really. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Deeply, deeply unsatisfying, I think, is my... if I had to describe this game to people, I think I would say it's deeply unsatisfying.
It's strange. There are still signs of the world serpent all over the lake. But we saw him disappear at Ragnarok.
That can only mean the legend was true all along. That blow from Thor sent Jormungandr straight back in time.
I really don't need you to tell me that. I saw it happen. I can infer by all the times I've heard about you guys talk about the snake going back in time. You really don't need to beat me over the head with this and be like, that thing you saw! This is the thing that we've been telling you. I got it, okay? Please. I got it. I don't need you to tell me it again.
Fresh from Jotunheim, would grow into the serpent we know.
Oh, wow. I would have never figured that out.
Atreus familiar.
Brother,
Perhaps they met.
you smell trouble, yeah?
Oh, this is going to be more intense than I thought.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Let's the attack! Take care of the rider
Use a shield strike, brother.
Cool.
Well, if there's more of these Asgard fragments out there, the Einherjar will continue to be a nuisance for the realms.
Only if we do nothing. The realms will never heal if they remain.
How many more?
Only one way to find out.
Worst part of the writing is making sure the stupidest audience member knows what's going on. BRB food, no worries, Zach. Yeah, there's a lot of symptoms of, there's just, I don't know if there is a word for this. I don't know if, I'm sure there is, but there is a lot of, this game has a lot of symptoms of, like, very arrogant writing, in that you think what you wrote is so smart that if you don't explain it, people won't get it. I think in a lot of cases you're just being unclear. And you should just stop being stupid. Like, write a better thing if you think it's that unclear. Or, honestly, don't explain it. If people don't get it, that's fine. We have no idea who blew that horn in the first game. And you know what? You guys never told me. You didn't hold my hand about it. You didn't explain it later. And you know what? It was great. I was very confused. It was intriguing. Sometimes you don't have to tell your audience everything. Sometimes it's okay if people just don't find something out. I don't want to go this way. Wasn't riding those beasts supposed to be a feat of great strength or something? I think, I don't remember. I just know Heimdall was like, I tamed it. And it was like a whole thing about him taming it. So I guess. I think I would have liked more Heimdall in the game. And not just like as Atreus. I think I would have just liked to have Heimdall as a villain a little more.
It seemed personal somehow. But there's no way they could have met before that, is there?
I've been pondering that, and I have a theory. We know the lad spent his time in Jotunheim learning soul magic. Perhaps the serpent figured in.
You mean Atreus placed some other giant soul into him? Someone who already hated Thor to begin with?
Exactly! Though that doesn't narrow it down much, I grant you. I wonder if Yomi even remembers after all this time who he once was.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to be concise with what I'm saying because I feel like I will just say the same, a lot of the same stuff over and over again. Just deeply unsatisfying. It felt like a lot of what I was doing was irrelevant, and it was busy work. And I like looking back on stuff and being like, yeah, that mattered. Like, all that effort I put in, yeah. Like think about, again, it's the easy comparison because it's literally the same series. Think about 2018. Think about how much time and effort we put in Alfheim to get that, like, light of Alfheim, right? And that paid off because we needed it to get rid of the Black Breath to even get up the mountain at all. Like, we did all of that, and it was so long, and it was such a journey, but it ended up paying off in the rest of our journey, and we used it again later. It's like, you did all this stuff, you found Tyr, but he serves no purpose except to be a twist villain. A twist villain that makes no sense. It still doesn't make any sense. Like, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense to me.
Nasty hit! You alright, brother?
Oh my gosh, get off. Just get off.
Soldiers. They will always be loyal to him, alive or dead. It is a matter of honor.
Yes, they will continue to follow his orders and keep the realms under his thumb.
Not for long, they won't.
Why can't we befriend the kitties? Okay, so that's both remnants of Asgard. There's a Berserker gravestone here. Oh, I want to go back to Sindri's so we can talk to Ratataskar. Because I really want to get that one Berserker gravestone I can't reach.
Freya, you spoke of your brother's sword. How did Odin acquire it?
I'll answer this one. Odin, disguised himself as the most beautiful person Freyr had ever seen.
This separated Freyr from his sword.
Oh, with embarrassing speed.
I am glad Freyr ultimately retrieved it.
Me too. My little fool.
You're back with rolled pizza? Nice.
Hey, near the little shop I'm running out in the Alpine Desert, there's something y'all are probably gonna want to see.
A calzone? Pizza rolls! Okay.
Get over here and hit this charm,
That is why I'm here. I forgot.
There he is, the man.
Hello,
who
Ratataskar.
Hello, Master Kratos. What you've accomplished for these realms is truly something I never thought possible. Rest assured, good Master Brock would be proud beyond measure, even if only to express it in his love language of profane non sequiturs. But he is terribly missed.
Yes, he is.
Now, there is one rather interesting development to apprise you of. The detonation of Asgard shook the world tree to its very roots, dislodging a great number of realm seeds. I thought you might wish to have them. My little way of saying, thank you for preventing my death by immolation.
You are welcome.
Anyhow, was there something else you wish to talk about?
Nope. Don't think so. I also stand by my thought that this game is way more annoying than it needed to be. There's so many design choices in this game that I'm like, you literally did that to just be annoying. Sweet. Well, God just died. What do you mean? The Witcher got renewed for a 5th season? Why is that bad? Oh no. Okay. You. I want you. Wrong one.
Protect yourself!
The show's trash because they hated the book and the games. Then why would you make a show out of it? If you don't want to use the source material, why did you make it? Just make something else. Dude, come on. Show wanted to make her own fantasy show because she couldn't get the funding for it, so she's using The Witcher as her scapegoat. That's annoying. That's annoying.
Each other.
There's neck in my frost stump. Dude, I am not playing around with you. You are not going to keep blocking me. Okay, what a waste of my time. On to what I was trying to do. Because money, and that.
Do you hear that? Someone's crying.
Sinmara.
Yeah, how could I not have heard that?
Should we try to tell her what happened?
She knows.
No, you don't need to tell her what happened because she's smart enough to figure it out on her own. What did you call him? Oh, I'm getting bifrosted. It's like hard. Oh, how would I know?
Is this all you got?
You're half dead. Yes. Oh, that kind of hurt. Oh, that hit. Oh, that's gonna kill me, I think.
This is a fine mess.
I don't have a stone. That's fine. I don't have a stone.
You then, Devianeric.
Your death will honor my king. Death to the enemies of Lair! Slurping Bifrost!
Could you stop bifrosting me? Oh, okay, it worked.
Slurping Bifrost!
Oh my gosh.
Be careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
I mean, what do I do? I mean, it's not really that. It's not that bad, honestly. I missed.
Slurping Bifrost!
This was the last, was it not? Only the king remains.
Aye, and if you thought his berserkers were tough, well, I've been thinking about what you said, brother. Maybe it's time to let this go. Slurping up a dead man's soul with this old sword isn't gonna change the past.
It is good to hear you say that. But I plan to face him regardless.
What? After all your lecturing on vengeance and spite?
It is not wise to let a malevolent spirit wander Midgard. But I needed to know you wanted this for the right reasons.
Huh.
Don't tell me
Appreciate
anything,
the
Zach.
sentiment, brother.
If you're about to tell me about the berserker, don't do it. No, I didn't fight the king. I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, don't.
Freya, when Hildisvini went to Helheim, how did he not freeze
Oh,
to
come
death?
on, me.
A perk of the Jofer.
Boar-shifting warriors of Vanaheim, as wise in statecraft as they are deadly on the battlefield.
So they may shift into whatever
On the
form they like.
Batmobile.
Sure, so long as the only two shapes they'd like to shift into are human and boar.
Oh. Yeah, I can't get back on there. At least I don't see a way. Have you, a quick question, have you heard about the TikTok guy from London who's just been an absolute menace to society? No, I haven't. No, I have not. Screw that guy. He just broke into a train. Oh my gosh. What I was going to say is, how long do you plan on going? I have no idea. What an idiot. Is what it is. Ah! All right. Jotun! Oh, shoot. I forgot. It doesn't actually tell me. Oh, King's Grave. Yeah, that makes sense. For context, he stole a lady's dog, broke into a person's house, said that people are mad at him because he's black. So this TikTok dude just walks into people's houses, steals people's dogs, asks people if they wanted to die, and he said he didn't do anything wrong. There's an undiscovered... Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what that would be. I mean, what do you... I'll be honest, I don't really have a lot of energy for getting mad at idiot people anymore. You're just not... It's just not worth my time. You're just not even worth my energy to think about.
King Hrolf's gravestone. It's reformed. Yes.
Wait. Be ready for combat.
It's mine. You can't have it.
Incoming left side!
Uh-oh. Ah, that's okay.
Kneel before me.
Careful, brother. You're covered in black rod.
Yeah, I see that. Shoot.
From behind!
That wasn't worth it.
Incoming!
That wasn't worth it. I don't either. Me with all of my tanky friends. Tanky communists who defend the actions of Mao and Stalin, etc. Let's go.
It's mine. You can't have it.
I'm nowhere near you. I'm not even thinking about it. What do you mean I'll be here for all eternity? What are you talking about? I'm gonna kill him right now.
You can't have it. You will kill.
Dang it. You keep... okay, I'm learning. We're learning. I guess I gotta be closer to the map. Gotta be ready for his little thing. Oh. I didn't think that was coming after me. Yeah, right now. This one right here. See, he's dead, Dylan. We got him. Right, you just reloaded a new save. Yeah. I just reloaded one of my other saves. Oh, he's swung. Ah, well, that's unfortunate timing. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button.
You're on fire, Kratos.
I'm aware I did that at a really bad time. I keep... That's weird, man. I just keep reloading the save over and over again. Felt that coming. Ah, you moron. Your game might be bugged. I keep seeing it reload. Oh, he hit me.
Careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, he got me with that.
Brother, get up! Brother!
He got me with his little dinky ice thing. Yeah, I don't know. It like keeps reloading. It's just very weird. I don't know, man. It's just very odd that it keeps reloading like that.
You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
Yeah, I'm aware. That was stupid. Oh, wow.
Take it off, man.
Oops, I rolled early. Oh, he killed me.
Can't do this without you, Kratos.
You found his weakness. His penis. Ah, I should have known. Every man's weakness.
You can't have it. You will still.
That worked out nicely. That was just a miss. Oh!
Killer, you all right? Nasty.
Oh.
You all right, brother?
Oh.
Get up, brother.
I really didn't think he hit me, I'll be honest. I thought I sidestepped him, and he didn't hit me.
You can't have it.
I don't know what happened there. I did my normal like axe thing, but it didn't, like the input didn't work. Maybe I hit it early. I might have hit it too early.
You can't have it.
Oh no. You forgot to ask him not to attack you. A key to this game is politeness. Yeah, you're right. I'm not polite enough as Kratos. Let's keep lagging. Oh, darn. I really gotta stop being I'm lagging so badly. I can't move. I literally, like, I can't play. Like that. That was terrible. I don't know what happened there. I would turn and then Kratos would like move forward for a good second and then be like, that was bizarre. It's actually still doing it. Okay, we're getting a little better. Okay, I think it fixed it. I think we just lost connection to the PlayStation for a second.
You can't have it.
Or like slowed it down a lot. Yeah, I
That's frost in my neck, stopper.
Kratos, are you okay?
I'm slow because of the frost. I'm slow because of the frost. Frost made me slow.
You can't have it. You out there?
Ah, darn it! I couldn't hit his penis because of the thing. I never picked it back up. This is why you fail, because your lack of penis penetration. There you go.
On your guard, Kratos!
Oh! I didn't know that's what he was doing.
You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready for it. Okay, I need to not be so far away from him. I mean, I want to be away from him, but I don't want to be like a million years away.
Kratos, are you okay? Is your shield broken?
Oops, early. Oh. I was too busy. I was busy checking on Freya's cooldown. I think the spear is definitely. Yo! Dylan, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much, Dylan, for gifting 5 subs. And now all of this is going off. Dylan, thank you for gifting us up to. Dylan, thank you for gifting a sub to Buzz, to Sam, to Sugar, to Ashton, and to Ogre. Dylan, thank you so much for the gift subs. Appreciate you, Dylan. Nice. I've never seen those emojis before, except the cat. I've seen the cat. Yeah, they're all my different years of subscribing. You have a gift now next to your name. Dang nabbit.
I felt that one, brother.
Oh. That was a bad use of that. Oops, I thought that was done. Ooh, that's probably gonna kill me. I'm so slow! I wish that would injure him if I exploded in his face. Uh-oh, I'm lagging again. Oh! Wow, he got up on me immediately.
Behind you, brother!
Darn it. I am your gift, God bound to me. Also, we get it. Look, you're just too good at the game. You just keep reloading the save. I never asked you how you're doing outside of being busy. How are things? Dude, life's great. I mean, well, I'm busy, but that doesn't mean life is bad. I like my job. I'm very happy with my girlfriend. Playing video games. I got no complaints, really. It's a good time. Oops, that was... I got more aggressive than I should have been. Oh no! Just keep rolling. Oh, that was perfect timing. Oops, that was my bad. That one was my fault. I'm not ready for him to punch me like that. Oh, dang it, he hit me. I was trying to hit him. Oh, what? Why am I not learning from that? Yeah, I'm still at the church. Yeah, I'm still at the church. That's like the move I'm not learning is the punch. By the time I understand what he's doing, I've already been hit.
You can't have it.
I like when he comes toward me because it gives me, I don't have to run as far to keep him in a combo.
Hey, you all right, brother?
You will still.
Oops. And I forget that he does that because he does it so infrequently. Oops. This isn't the run, I don't think. Punch, it's the punch.
Kratos, we need you.
Is this man this game's Medivh? No, not even close. I think churches know I'm a soulless heathen because I don't make it past the first round. No, this guy is not even close to as hard as Medivh is.
You can't have it.
You know, I should call this back just so I have it. Oops, early. Oh.
The Alpha!
Oh, okay.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
I like it giving him porcupine needles. It's funny looking. Dodged it that time. Oh. Glad that gave that to me. Oh! It took me a second to realize what was happening. Again.
Changing arrows!
I was already on to the next thing.
Kratos, we need you!
I think that's what's making this so difficult for me, is that he has those two moves, the one where he like raises in the air and Bifrost explodes, and then, or the three moves. He goes in the air and Bifrost explodes. He punches you, and then he does that, the like charge attack that he does so infrequently that I forget about them, and then I'm not ready for them. I just forget about them.
You out there!
Why no Hellstone? Just because I don't have one and I don't feel like going to get one. I don't feel like coming back. I think I can do it without one, honestly.
Kratos, are you okay?
I thought maybe I could stagger him with the one I had in him. He's basically the same dodge beat on everything. Oops. Did that hit me? I think it did. His little projectile hit me. I'm dodging that early. That worked out perfectly. Darn. I think I hit the wall. I think I rolled into the wall. Well, I haven't been here however long I said I was going to be here, but I'm getting up there at that point. Eternity, yeah, I'm getting close. I'm trying to be hyper aware of like his whatchamacallit charge thing.
Left flank!
This was stupid. I shouldn't have done this. Oh, it worked out. I don't think it should have, but it did. I didn't mean to do that. What? Ooh, I'm glad it let me. I'm glad it let me dodge out of that.
Covered in Bifrost.
Oh, shoot. Oh, wow, that hit me. That wasn't worth the trade. I'm screwing it up now. I'm screwing it up by getting greedy.
From behind, incoming!
Come on, Fred, I need you to hit that, please. Oh, I'm lagging. Hang on, I'm lagging. Hang on, we're lagging. So I'm going to let the game... I'm going to let the connection come back a little bit, and then we're going to pause. I'm glad.
My kingdom.
For a horse? My kingdom for a horse?
It's
Still not sure if that was justice or vengeance.
The two are not always at odds.
Yes!
What do you intend to do with Skofnung now?
I intend to use it.
No! Don't you understand the legacy that thing carries? Not to
Interesting.
mention the souls of evil berserkers.
I will use it for good.
That won't
Interesting.
erase its history.
No. But the story of this sword is still being written. Future generations will weigh its good deeds against the bad and decide for themselves.
You've come a long way from when I first met you, brother.
I have had good counsel since then, brother.
I was tense in that moment. GG! I know I died however many times I died, I actually don't know. I died like 18 times or something like that. But I don't think that was that hard. What does this do? The souls within. I don't know. So yeah, I know I died a bunch, but I just really didn't feel like that was that difficult. I just needed to not make a mistake, essentially. What is this undiscovered stuff? Let's go finish Vanaheim, because Vanaheim had like one more thing left. What can I even do here in Jotunheim? Sure, just so you stop doing that animation. It was literally minus the punch.
If I had a stomach,
and the like raise up thing. Well, no, even the
Odin is
raise up
gone.
thing, maybe.
There's no remaining threat.
No, it's from excitement. Hardly any non-giants have gotten the great privilege of visiting the realm of the Jotnar.
It's truly an honor to be among a very select few.
Basically his whole moveset was a moveset we've seen before in fighting the rest of them.
As beautiful as the stories, and then some.
Cool, I'm here. There's something undiscovered, I don't care. I just wanted it to stop doing that animation. It won't even let me hover over not Midgard, over why am I Asgard? Yeah. This is the stupidest thing. This gate was here this whole time, but I couldn't get it because I hadn't beaten the game. So everything I had to run up here and be inconvenienced for whatever reason. Oh, you didn't. Oh, okay. I was gonna say Freyr's camp is gone. No, it's not. I just didn't see it.
To Vanaheim, then.
Sounded like Lady Sif managed to convince
Hear
the
you
old
out. Let's
boar
go.
to shelter the Aesir
What you got?
refugees.
It was his idea.
Oh?
To foster peace among the Vanir and Aesir.
That's brilliant. Shifty bastard must be trying to prove he can out-diplomat me.
At least he's not convincing her to marry someone, like some other diplomats would.
A deservedly low blow, Your Majesty.
Anytime.
Zach, I thought you 100% at this game. Dylan, did you 100% this game? In the battle for Ragnarok, you form an army by all the side... Like ME3. I actually said that before you got here. I actually said that before you got here, funny enough. I was like, this feels very ME3 without the actual impact of it. I did not, but I know about something I want you to do, and I'm trying to be quiet.
I've heard my share of stories about your homeland, but I'd also heard that you once fought in a tournament.
I fought in many contests.
But this particular one, I heard you did battle with beasts, scoundrels, princesses, the undead, automatons, and history's greatest musician. That's not true, is it?
I would not speak of this.
Fair enough, brother.
I rarely 100% games these days. Same, honestly. Same. This seems like a doable one, though.
Use a shield strike, brother. Incoming!
You're not dead. Oh, you're somebody else. This game is a lot. Yeah, it seems so. The challenges especially seem like a lot.
Shield strike now!
Last one.
Oh, that's what's happening. Okay. You keep healing all you want, man. It's just you now. You're not gonna out-heal me.
I just had a thought. With Asgard destroyed, where will the Einherjar go?
Valhalla exists both inside and outside of Asgard. Who knows what became of it?
Aye. Suppose they'll have to find rest somewhere.
You probably don't care, but the undiscovered in Jotunheim is. I figured the Jotunheim thing was gonna be quick. I just didn't care to look for it. Freya doesn't get it. Don't get involved now. I have seen the way of the spear. Yeah, I've seen the way of this weapon that if you're a nerd, you use.
About your visit to secure Hell's army.
Like,
but was
could you
reluctant
imagine
to
using a
elaborate when
spear?
it came to negotiating with Hrasn.
You must be terrible at video games. Just atrociously bad.
We'll just pick this up later.
I don't think this is actually what I wanted. Joke's on you. I get off on being called a nerd.
Mir, now that we have a moment, can I ask you about your mission to Helheim with Hildisvini?
Ah, Yes. Well, I
Going
can
the
see
wrong
why
way.
he hold off on such a subject until he saw if we survived the battle.
Mimir, what exactly did you promise the large bird?
Oh, nothing too horrifying. It's just that she'd like to retire.
Retire? Hell's Eagle wants to retire?
Indeed. And don't ask me what she expects to do with her free time. I assure you there is no reassuring answer.
Can she even do that? Not be hell?
Apparently so. She just requires relief. Someone else to step in and become hell, as it were.
Not exactly an office many would wish to occupy.
Aye. Terrible weather, infinite hours, and the possibility of unleashing terrible mischief on the realms if they're careless. Or worse, if they aren't completely trustworthy.
But if she were to leave without a replacement?
Complete chaos, yes.
Well, I'm sorry I asked.
So who's her replacement? Mimir? I volunteer. What do you need security for?
An Einherjar must be present at all times.
The presence of Einherjar may be difficult.
Listen, they're about to be dead. You don't even need to worry about it. What are you volunteering for? To become the new hell? Can't be any worse than food service. Except it's like food service, but you're food poisoned constantly. You are nothing but food poisoned at all times. Golly, I just despise. I just despise. Why do you keep... Okay. Why do you keep making it daytime when you know for a fact I've changed it to nighttime and that daytime is just blocking me from doing anything? I literally changed it. Why did you change it back? Just to be annoying?
Kratos, Freya, welcome back.
I don't care. Ah.
Lady Sif. Freya. It speaks volumes seeing you here in person. The first of the Aesir to visit us in peace.
Really, Your Majesty?
It's the capacity of the Vanir's forgiveness that speaks volumes.
We know Asgard was more than Odin and his Einherjar. If they'll help us rebuild, they're more than welcome to stay.
Aesir and Vanir living together. I never thought it possible.
I imagine a severe lack of options for the Aesir helped ease things along.
Oh, Mimir. It has truly been a pleasure not listening to your prattling commentary for the last 100 winters.
Well, excuse me, milady.
100 winters of Mimir bleeding at court? I think I'd rather be exiled.
Indeed. Oh, the stories I have.
Really? Do tell.
Well, everything appears to be in order here, diplomacy administered, and all's well. Let's leave these two to their planning, shall we?
I'm glad you locked me into that.
Back to it then. Where
Very happy you stopped me from moving.
We don't do that kind of thing. This realm provides us.
What if the winter is harsh? If the food spoils?
Then we hunger. We learn. Perhaps they did not burn Freyr for trying to teach
I did not light that fire. But I was there to witness. Even in death, Odin's legacy of poor leadership endures.
Working together, we can break that cycle faster than apart.
Huldra Project number 9. Turns Mimir's discomfort into a Bifrost blast. Okay. I'm curious. Consider me curious. I like my chakra, but I have them literally to do Bifrost. So if this is better than Bifrost. then I'll do it. Excuse me. It's so good. We'll see. I'm going to take a quick power nap before I gig. So BRB. Oh, before I gig. Not before I gig. Dylan, you enjoy your nap, man. Oh, shoot. I, like, went the wrong way, I guess. Yeah, I need the spear swing. I am so ready to be done with this area. Vanaheim, you can just cease to be a priority at all anymore.
Mia, you may tell a story if you wish.
Am I preferable to silence at last? A rare day. I'm touched. But since you mention it, there has been one on my mind of late. It goes back to my earliest days, when I had little more to do than observe the mortals who passed through our forest.
Set that aside for now. Come.
I'm curious, what is in Niflheim? Oh, yeah? Might look it up at some point.
Well, seems like a good time to get back to that story you asked for, brother. One summer, a local laird of renowned eccentricity chose to sequester himself with a small coterie of kinsmen and followers. That's enough for the time being.
I do like the stories. I do like they continued with the stories. So, I will say that. Why can't I run? Don't look it up. I know what it is. I thought you said I want to know what it is. Did you not just say I want to know what it is? Not what you just said. Also, maybe, but I do know. So you lied? Yes, not yesterday. Last time we played this game, I said at one point when Loki, Artreus, whatever, got his marble, and I was like, oh, I get it. I understand. I get it. I know what I'm supposed to do. Or I know what's going to happen. I actually was wrong. I ended up being wrong.
Careful, brother.
I thought...
Incoming back here!
That was a new one. Oh, really?
Still unpleasant. Brother,
That was cool.
get out of the sky.
That was cool. I thought that we were still going to fulfill the prophecy of Kratos dying, but that I was going to, my soul was going to go in his marble. And then he was just going to put my soul back in the body.
I'm glad we can help these Einherjar on their way, even if they hate us for it.
They do not need to spend their afterlife serving a cruel god any longer.
Agreed.
Cool. I lied, but only plant a seed. Well, now I'm not going. Now I'm not. I'll never go back now. Rip me. Don't look it up. I'm looking it up right now. Cool. Okay, so Vanaheim is 100% done. Oh, there's an undiscovered. There's still an undiscovered. There's 2 remnants. There's that 2 things there, and then there's an undiscovered. I'm done with Vanaheim, so hopefully I never have to come back here ever again.
Okay, my story. Where was I? Oh, the eccentric laird had led his followers in a woodland retreat.
He said,
with the
"Oh,
aim of
that's an
achieving enlightenment through study and discipline."
No more for now. Focus.
Let's pick this up later then.
Let's go back to Jotunheim. Nothing. You guys, nothing to say about that? I would have thought you would have had at least something to say.
Company's here, Finn.
Angerboda.
Kratos, Mimir, Freya. It's good to see you.
I wish to thank you for creating a path out of Asgard for us.
Aye, a true pleasure to meet the lassie who saved our skins.
Indeed. Your giant stuff magic is truly a marvel.
We were so glad we got there in time. Freya, your brother's sacrifice won't be forgotten.
It won't.
I will say, you've made quite the impression on our Atreus' heart.
Mimir.
Oh, like you weren't thinking it, brother.
Ahem. You're a cherished ally, Angrboda. I hope we cross paths again.
I imagine we will. There's lots to do, and I'm just getting started. Kratos, the last time you were here was because of Faye, right?
You saw this in prophecy.
Your son told me. It's a beautiful place to rest.
It is what she wished.
Fen. Oh, it's going on the pet the dog list. Add God of War Ragnarok to you can pet the dog. Oh, well, I guess he's making an invisible wall that I can't go that way. It's a very large pup.
You painted these shrines.
Some of them. Some I finished for my mother.
Your work is beautiful.
Your skill with a brush is unmatched, Angerboda.
My son. He draws.
He told me.
Although he'd do well to learn from your use of color.
We come from a long line of artisans, so he has it in him. He just needs some discipline to bring it out.
I like you.
I really like that they let you come back here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. There's no threat anymore. It doesn't need to be secretive anymore.
Look, a flower.
The flower.
Incredible.
Woo, we got it. Oh, I should go, do Brock's funeral. Freya spoke of keeping us in a room during a time in Asgard. Ooh, Asgard. I can't get to Asgard. I can't get to Asgard. The yak. What was I? Oh, Brock's funeral. That doesn't even help me. Wow, nobody had anything to say. I'm checking if I'm locked out of that thing in Asgard now. Or it may not be in Asgard. It might just be she had it in Asgard. Okay, it doesn't look like it's actually in Asgard. Is this the last stream for this game? Probably. Very, very likely.
Profane alternate lyrics to my ballads. Absolutely disgusting. But now I wish I could remember some of them.
You didn't even come fight
for me. I had to build a chest just for his violations. A big one.
I taught him 20 different ways to cold forge a holster. Once, he taught me a slightly easier method of wire pulling, and from that day on, called me his apprentice.
A true asshole he was. Gods, I'm gonna miss him.
Hi, y'all made it. Just about to send him off.
I have met many on my travels. You are one of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
This world is a darker place for your leaving it.
We're taking him to the Sphaired Sands. It's, in the wetlands near the ferry. We'll wait for you there.
Oh, is that why you did that? If you don't hit two things, can I tell you about them? I think you'll enjoy it. We'll see. I'll think about it. That why you gave me that teleport? Yeah. So it's not totally useless. What? Why what? Is that why I refreshed? What? Is that why you refreshed? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I said, is that why you gave me the teleport? Nothing. You guys got nothing to say.
Damn it.
What is wrong?
I should have changed. Sewn some mourning garb. We're not dressed properly.
We're fine. The dwarves don't typically require formal wear at funerals.
Brock certainly would not.
Perhaps.
Still, now you've got me thinking of what I might look like with some jewelry around my neck stump. Maybe some gold woven into my beard. That'd be quite fetching, eh?
Thanks for trying.
Oh, you're talking to me? Me, not in this instance. Not in this case. Are you gonna make me go back down that elevator just to teleport out of here?
There they are, brother.
Oh, come on, surely he'll be along. It's his brother.
Let's hope so. Loss can do things to a man. You made it. We can begin.
Come on, Sindri. You know you want to come. You got to give up. You got to let go at some point. Wow, he is stiff. Rigor mortis fast. This is good. Sad, but good. Hey. He's pretty tall for a dwarf, isn't he?
I love you, Brock.
Oh, they didn't light it. They didn't light it on fire. Oh, they are going to light it on fire. They're going to do it the real way. Or the real way.
Sindri. Brock was...
gets bigger, the more you take away.
This is not the time. That is not the time. Leave your one-liner out for like 5 seconds. Oh. Interesting, and that's good. I appreciate you guys for doing that. I appreciate this. The scroll speed. I had the same reaction. I'm glad that Sindri didn't. I'm glad Sindri just remained kind of outcast like that, outcasting himself. But like, I'm glad that there wasn't some like weird making up. It just was grief. That's good. That was good. What am I listening to? This is really weird. Wow, there's a lot of people. Long credits. I'm seeing that. Oh, you know what I forgot to talk about in my assessment? I forgot to talk about Athena. And how that, like, crack in reality that Odin really liked was the, like, it seemed like it was the same exact green, like, glowing hue that Athena became at the end of 3. Or I guess she became that before the end, but yeah. That wasn't so bad. Those credits weren't that long. So I really like, if, I doubt it. I mean, I doubted it when 3 ended, but if they continue the games, which I don't think they will, but maybe they will, who knows? Is there, like, supposedly this underlying, like, secret like, all knowledge thing beyond all realms, beyond all reality? Like God, essentially. But it's just, like, the universe. Athena achieved it. Or reached it, and Odin was trying to. There's gonna be another one? Really? Why? I mean, I'm not upset. I just, why? Where are we going from here? Egypt? I don't really want to look for this. Gosh, I'm so close. Oh, is that the Undiscovered? Yeah, the Undiscovered was the Viking funeral. Was Brock's funeral. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go back to Niflheim. That's what the patent is? What patent? For, like, the next game? Why is there a thing in Muspelheim? Oh, it's the challenge. I could have read it. I'm just stupid. I mean, I like these games. I know I've spent most of this game dogging this game, but like... I like this series, so...
Hey, you know that shop in the Alpine Desert? Something you might want to see out there.
I hope they make more. I hope they're better than this game. But I hope they make more. They have like 2 or 3 for development according to the shareholders' call. Wow.
Aha!
So
Another fallen piece of Asgard. Something seems a bit different about this one.
So is Christopher
You know,
Judge not gonna
I've just
voice
a
it though?
funny feeling.
Your analytical mind knows no bounds.
Hang on a minute.
You don't
Is this
even
a
know what the
prison?
word
It would seem
analytical means.
Let's continue. Might be something useful inside.
You don't even know what the word analytical
goes deep.
is.
We should head downward.
Ah, yes. I'm sure there's nothing especially dangerous at the bottom of an Asgardian prison.
I mean, we all know. I already looked it up. I know what's in here.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Where'd he go? Oh, did he fall? Oh.
If the Einherjar survived Ragnarok, perhaps some of the inmates did as well.
Let us find out.
Oh, lore. That's cool.
There must be
Rumors
a way
of the next
to
one's
reach
going to be
the
an
lower
Atreus
levels.
spinoff. Oh, I
Just
might skip
need to
that, I'll
find
be
a way
honest.
down.
I might skip that, I'll be honest. Did I actually? I did. Tears in here.
Dwarf.
Recognize him, Mimir?
I do not, sadly. Of course, the Einherjar disappeared a fair few dwarven rebels during the occupation. I suspect this is one of them.
What's the chain do, I wonder?
The chain, it's a magical item that doesn't let you identify it and doesn't tell you what it is. That sucks. I was hoping to get a clean reaction. Rip. I mean, if you had just not said anything, I would have came here and found this on my own. I broke a seal at some point.
That's an elf, but not a particularly high-ranking
So
one.
I'll go back.
So what did
and
Odin
deal with
have
that
to
later.
gain by imprisoning them?
I'd say information, but why keep them locked up afterward? Why not just kill them?
Oh, there's one.
Enemy, left flank!
I was like, wow, the enemy groaned. I've never heard that before. And then I realized that was Mimir. Okay, so that's a shortcut, essentially. Oh, no, it's not. Now it is. Mimir head is funny. It's actually pretty good, too. Wait, actually, I do need to go back up. It's a lot of Bifrost. Oops. Bifrost was I think Bifrost was a pretty good. Bifrost was a good add to the game. Oh, I didn't need to do that. There was a chain down here.
Alpha!
Broken prison. I'm missing a Norn here. Chest. Berserker. Not Berserker. Something undiscovered. Oh, I broke the seal. Didn't even know I did it. What's up, guy?
I can't believe it.
Wait, that can't be. Lord Tyr.
Is this an illusion?
No, brother. No, I think it's the real deal.
Mimir? Is that you, old friend?
In all the important ways, aye.
There was such a commotion. If Odin learns what you've done...
Odin is dead.
The realms are at last free of him. You're safe.
Odin's dead.
And Asgard fallen.
So the reign of the Aesir is truly over. That's quite a lot to take in. And you are?
His name is Kratos.
Kratos? I know that name.
Come. You need real shelter. Food.
No. No, what I need most now, I think, is to reflect on what you've told me. I need space, if you would grant me that.
Very well. Our home is in the realm between realms for the moment. You can find us there when you're ready.
Kratos. I know you from somewhere. I'm sure it will come back to me.
Until then.
Cool. Yeah.
You believe that was truly him?
It's hard to trust anything after what we've been through. But with Odin gone, I've no cause to doubt it.
Our paths will cross again. Of that, I'm sure. Where to now?
Okay, I was gonna say. Is that it? Is it Realms in Bloom? Realms in Bloom might be the thing. I don't have. Oh, okay. I have to pull it back up. Oh no. Okay.
Well, now we know what this prison's for. This is where Odin stashed those he would camouflage himself as.
Makes sense. If you're going to imitate someone, you wouldn't want them walking around.
Why not kill them?
He must need them alive in order to assume their form.
Aye.
Why?
Odin likely wanted Tyr dead for a multitude of reasons. But he knew Tyr would be more useful alive.
Your god
How
of war
does
has
that
truly
matter?
returned. What now?
He'll want to stretch his legs, I imagine. Imprisonment stokes wanderlust. Not that I need to remind any of us of that.
Why would Odin need to have people alive to impersonate them? That doesn't make any sense.
Mother and father perished at last. Finally now, our anguish may pass.
I like them. I like the Ravens. My theory for that is because the world would probably change, like in God of War 3. I don't actually know what you're talking about. Or at least I don't remember what you're talking about.
Thanks for collecting that.
Oh, shoot. Ah, shoot. There was... The thing was... The realm in bloom was down there. That made sense to me, too, because it's an Asgardian prison, right? So there could be an Asgard flower or whatever in it. I just was like, let me make sure. Dang it. I figured something like that, too. But then I didn't see it, and I was like, well, maybe I'm wrong. Oh. Wait. I didn't get over there. I'm not even done in here. I didn't even get over here. I was just like, oh, I got Tyr. Cool. That's it right there, isn't it? Oh. Let's see that. How would I go up here, I guess? Yeah. That was pretty dumb of me. I figured.
Still unpleasant.
That's weird in a cramped space like that. It didn't look like he was doing anything.
Giants, join him.
What I think of the midi-boss travelers in this, I thought they were harder. I thought they were... I don't know. I kind of feel the same about them as I did the first time in the first game. I thought they were harder at first. But then I was...
Look at you,
They
little
just kind of
one.
got like that. Easier.
Was he?
I don't know. A gardener, perhaps? Dreamshade is difficult to keep alive, even under the best conditions, but this... He gave all his strength to keep it alive.
Then it is right. You should have it.
Oh, the ones in Vanaheim? Oh, I didn't care about that at all. It was just kind of like, okay, I get it. You just wanted some kind of tough enemy here. But I mean, the Travelers were one of my the Travelers are one of my more liked enemies in this series, honestly. Oh, okay. So I need to... actually need to raise it up more. But then... Oh, no, it will work. That'll work. It doesn't make sense in my brain to pull the stick down and have it go up. You struggled with them? The ones in Vanaheim? Yeah. I don't remember struggling with them. I mean, they're Travelers, right? You gotta pay a little bit more attention to them. But I don't remember doing
Why,
anything
that's
like,
the
ah,
dwarven
it's so
sound
much
device Sindri used during
so
the
crazy.
Battle of Ragnarok. We might still find use for it yet.
Sindri's tuning fork. Okay. I should use that wall shield. The parry one was pretty hard. You know, it's so Madison actually was the one using the wall shield when I was watching her, and she like turned me onto the wall shield. Where I was like, oh, that's crazy how that's blocking everything. Like that's totally worth it. So I started using it, and then she switched, and then she got to a berserker. and was struggling with it. And I was like, hey, you should probably switch back to that other shield you were using. So. No, I know I had told you that. There was a new update to that story. Today I learned there were 2 flowers. Me too. I also learned that today.
Freya, the flower.
Oh.
I did not think anything grew here.
So my last one would be... No. Oh, would it be here? Would it be Midgard? Would that be the undiscovered? Is 9 Realms in Blue? Because I got it there. I got it there. I got it there. I clearly got it here. If there was even one here. I got it in Alfheim. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's got to be Midgard. That's got to be the undiscovered in Midgard. There's very few undiscovered left. There's the undiscovered in Alfheim, whatever that is. Undiscovered in Muspelheim, and then this, which I think is 9 Realms. In Midgard. Sanctuary Grove. Oh. Oh. There's a theory I think is stupid, but I'd like your opinion on. Sure. Go for it. Something down here. People think Sindri is going to be a BBEG. I think that's stupid. Right. I mean, even if people... I also want to say this. I don't think it's stupid because I don't think it's going to happen. Like, even if they did that, even if they decided to do that, that would be stupid. I think that would be really dumb. Now, do I think he could be a boss? Yeah, I could buy that. Like Freya, he could be. I mean, if anybody was going to be an ally turned BBEG, it would have been Freya.
He's not going to be very happy with me.
No.
But he could be a boss. I could totally see he could be a boss fight. But like a BBEG, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I'm so Charlie.
He would literally be bad. He's weaker than a god, and he would get decimated. Could you imagine if in 2018 you were roaming and killing Baldur, Freya attacked? That would have been so cool. Where is this thing?
Freya, look.
Merkweed.
Yep. That was my undiscovered. I'm missing a buried treasure, a legendary chest, 3 artifacts. That's a lot of artifacts I missed. Oh, I missed the chest in the well? That seems bizarre. And then I'm missing 3. Yeah. But like where specifically? Not the shore, not the oarsman. Not the campfire, not there. That's a raider stronghold. Raider keep. That's the mystery. Oh, maybe it's not going to tell me. Maybe they're just on the Lake of Nine in general. Maybe it is telling me. It is telling me. Lake of Nine is its own area. So yeah, there's not like a smaller area of Lake of Nine. I'm good. I like Holger Project 9, honestly.
I know. But I can't stay. There's still things I must do.
Yeah, the lake. I was brain farting that. The lake, it's its own area.
Kratos, I should look for someone who can watch over him. Permanently.
Trophy get. I guess you don't need this Vanaheim window anymore. Is there anything else that I'm desperately wanting to do? I feel like I basically did everything I care about. You would make these remnants of Asgard. You would make the remnants of Asgard places that are just kind of like totally annoying to get to. They're not like near any teleport. Oh, Niflheim's done. I didn't even realize that. Cool. What are the undiscovereds that I am missing? There's an Alfheim undiscovered and a Muspelheim undiscovered. Undiscovered. I'm just going to type undiscovered. I guess that's fair. I could break it down by area. In the Crucible. Ragnarok Crucible. Undiscovered. Oh, okay. And then what was the other one? Alfheim. Alfheim where? Forbidden Sands. I would be looking this up on my computer, but last time I did that, it just freaking crazy lagged. Song of the Sands. Oh, it's the door. It's the door. Right. I do want to try and open that door real quick, actually. I don't remember where that was, but I do want to try and open that door.
Goodbye, Charlie.
Could you imagine? I already read that. Trophy kit? Nope, I already read that. Wait, Luke, wait. The Alfheim one is just go to the shop. Oh, you're right. She has been saying that. Let's go do that. The other one is... Take it away, Gabe! Who did that? Zach, thank you for 333. Appreciate you, Zach. Thank you for the $3. 33 cents. I already saw what it was on Muspelheim. It's the Valkyrie.
I look forward to exploring Alfheim and not having to fight elves.
Oh? What makes you think that's an option?
They've united, haven't they? What possible reason would they have to attack us?
Sorry to say.
Hang on. I'm curious. Can I can?
But there are still plenty of elves out in the Barrens eager for conflict.
But why? Freyr united them. They fought together at Ragnarok.
For those who have spent their lives in combat, peace is not always an option.
Maybe we'll do that. Maybe that's our last thing we'll do. Is
Ragnarok armor's on the house. We'll call it a commemorative piece. My lady.
I don't.
Know what you want?
Fine.
Impressive.
Most impressive.
Just when I thought you couldn't get more godly. This here's the fun part.
Hunter's Paladin. Nope. Ragnarok armor, you said. I don't know what you're talking about. What is most impressive from? Impressive. Most impressive. I think it's Star Wars. Is this not what she was talking? Is this not the right
heading up already.
shop? This is the only one here, isn't it?
Got time to chat? Oh,
I-
good timing.
I thought-
Remember that thing I said you was gonna want to
Oh,
see?
here
You
we go.
better
Here we go.
feast
Here
your
we go.
keepers
Here we go.
before it's over.
What? I thought. Is there another blacksmith shop? What am I missing?
Hell of a job you did at Ragnarok, General. Wish I could have been there to see you and Sindri take down Thor and Odin.
That is not what happened.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's the story I like best.
He didn't give you a thing? No. She didn't give me anything.
Important thing is, Odin's paid in full for what he did to Brock. I know it doesn't fix what's broke, but...
Oh.
Oh, all right. Yep,
Wait a bloody
okay.
moment. Is that?
Thor's hammer and his daughter.
Was this it?
I'll make you proud, Dad.
Well, good for her.
Cool. Did that do anything? Also, she just flew away. She didn't give me anything. She kept saying, hey, come see her in Alfheim, and then she didn't do anything.
About that? Didn't I tell y'all there'd be something to see?
Was that it? That was it? That's stupid. Weird. Was she supposed to give me a thing?
You'd have brought a pail of water. For 20.
Why the heck? I don't really want to. Okay. Is this like you have to do all the Crucible challenges in order to get over there? Because I have no interest in doing that at all. At least not right now. You're super jealous of my load times? You don't think so? Okay. So I will stay committed to looking around. I think she's just stuck behind a hole in the wall. Oh, you were saying you didn't fight her? Gotcha. Why didn't? So was I supposed to get something from Lunda? That's what you made it sound like, at least. Oh, yeah, I got armor a while ago. What the heck? What? Oh, I was trying to. Okay, I guess I didn't look at it correctly. I guess I didn't look at it the way it wanted me to look at it. Ah, okay, here we go.
Good job.
She's fierce. Attack.
Good. I'll see you.
I attacked.
From behind! Incoming!
Yeah, I would love to.
It's sigil magic!
Oh boy. That looks like I interrupted whatever she was gonna do.
Careful, brother.
Ow.
You're covered
Ow.
in Bifrost.
Kratos!
Ouch.
Are you okay? Don't you see it's over? There's no need for this! Asgard's blood is on you!
Frey, you're in the way.
Now it's just you and me.
Wow, that knocked me. Good luck, Mimir. 2023. Okay.
No matter what you tried, the results will be the same. Good. I'll see you pay for what you've done.
I like that she. Ow! I like that she doesn't attack to start.
unpleasant.
Rise! Rise! Soundstone, die!
Nasty hit.
Ow.
You all right, brother?
There's a delay on that. It's just about learning it, right?
What good's a shield if you're not
Oh,
going to use
wow.
it?
That's fair. You know, Mimir, that's fair. That's fair. I may have to shield her a little more than rolling. The king dude, I could roll through a lot of his stuff.
Good! Pay for what you've done! You're nothing! Breathe in fire! It's sigil magic!
You're on fire, Kratos!
Wow, she hurts.
Unworthy!
Oh, hello.
Getting someone?
Dang.
Suffer as I have.
She's tough. No, I never did try his sword. I think I upgraded that too. No, I never tried it. I liked the Mimir head.
What you good! I'll see you pay for what you've done!
Unpleasant. Nasty hit.
Oh, what the
You all right,
heck?
brother?
I like didn't quick turn the whole game. And then all of a sudden.
Meet your end! Not today! Breathe in fire! Don't you see it's over? There's no need.
Okay. Block. I gotta get back in that habit. So she's this game's Madeira, apparently. That's why I didn't touch her, because I'm what we call lazy. No, I'm not quite turning up.
No matter what, you good. I'll see you pay for what you
No matter what, you good.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Rise! Rise! Soundstone, die!
Wow, she's really good. It might be a good idea for me to level one more time and get to 9.
No matter what, you good. I'll see you pay for what you've done.
Careful,
Shoot,
brother.
I really gotta get back to that habit.
So unpleasant.
Rise! Soundstone, die!
You probably could shoot the Soundstone with the Sonic Arrow, but I just
Kratos, are you okay?
don't think about it.
There can only be one.
Wow, that
true
killed me.
queen.
I feel like I was at like 3/4 health, and that just like outright killed me.
No matter what you try, the results will be the same.
That was a lot.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was that injured.
What you've done.
I remember this crap. I remember that crap move that she keeps doing from the first game. I remember that freaking move.
Asgard's run is on you! For Asgard! Unworthy! Getting someone?
Well, I'm dead.
You will fall before the queen!
I was above half. I thought I was. I thought I was above half. I got interrupted with dinner, so I wasn't really
No
ready.
matter what you try, there is good. I'll see you pay for
Still
what you've done.
unpleasant. Careful, brother. You're covered in byproducts.
That's so quick. That little like ninja nunchuck she does.
Rise! Rise! Soundstone!
Oh yeah, you can shoot it. Did it do that much damage? I don't feel like it did. How the hell would I even dodge that?
Submit! God of no one! This was inevitable! So is this!
Just ravioli. Okay,
Let's
I'll come
settle
back.
this.
Nah,
We'll be back for you.
I'll be waiting.
that's very kind of her to wait. How close to 9 am I? If I get 2 more upgrades, I'm at 9. If I like get a piece or these 2 pieces of armor I have upgraded, I'll be at 9. I think maybe even if I upgrade one of them, I would be at 9.
You'd have brought a pail of water.
Like if I upgrade my shield, it puts me at 9. I'm pretty sure. It's because it's got the green arrow. Well, no, because it doesn't have the +1. So I would need to do my shield and I would need to do my shield at these, and then I'm pretty sure that would take me to 9.
Talk for a spell?
So that's that undiscovered. But then there's this. What did we decide this was? Oh, the door. The door, the door, the door, the door, the door, the door, the door. That's right. It means you gotta do a challenge since you need embers. Yeah, that's fine. I can do one, or I can do 1 or 2 challenges. That's fine. Door.
You know, back in Jotunheim, I had half a mind to ask Angerboda what exactly her intentions were with the lad. One look at her, and any doubts I had melted away.
It's a question every parent must grapple with sooner or later.
I trusted her with my life. I trust her with my son.
You can't argue with that.
I mean, you could. So that's the library. So this, I think, is the door right here.
Getting back to my story then, if I may. The Enlightenment
No, you may not.
Laird and his followers took oaths to brook no distractions until they became wise men.
Enough talk for now. Be ready.
Well, I don't care. Okay. I think that's my run of Ragnarok. I'm pretty happy with that. I have 100% on 4. I don't know what I need for the door. I have no idea. I 100%ed 4 of them, and I have 90% in 3 of them. And then the one I don't have is Muspelheim, so I'm fine. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with what we completed. I may play this on my own to try and do the rest of these side quests and stuff and get some of the stuff I missed, but I think that's it on the streams for this. I'm pretty sure we will not be streaming this again. Yeah, my final thoughts, I'd 6 out of 10. I'm happy I played it once, and I felt very disappointed with it overall. But I'm glad I played it. I'm still happy I played it. I would have played it. I would play it again if I went back and gave myself the choice to do it again, if that makes sense. I would still stream it and do my first playthrough and play through it again. It's not like Alan Wake if I could go back in time and tell myself never to play that game. But yeah, I think our next game, I don't know when I'll stream again, but I know the next game we do will be Dead Space, whether it be the remake or the original, it will be Dead Space. I don't know if I wanted to go through the old game and then do the remake, or if I just want to do the remake. But Dead Space is probably next. Don't know when that'll be. But Zach, I think you're the only one here still, so thank you for watching. Thanks for being here with me when you could have been anywhere else. And I'm hungry, and I'm hot, and I'm thirsty, and I'm done with this game for now, so I'm going to go. So have a wonderful rest of your night. And bye-bye now.